Hello everybody. Just let me know if you can hear me, if you can see me, if you can hear also the background music. That would be important to know. And let me know how you are. How is it going? Just checking if everything works fine. Well, it seems that I'm live both on Twitch and on YouTube, as expected. It's kind of nice. So guys, how are you? Is everything fine? Just please let me know if you can hear me, or if you can hear me clear enough. Okay, good. So last time we started to build a URL shortener service, and we did a few things here. I would say that for now what we did last time was more or less just a very basic proof of concept. What we have here, or what we created, is basically a middleware in this Blazor server app. And in this middleware, we just wanted to prove that it's actually possible that when a request comes in, we try to, in one way or the other, we try to check for what type of URL this request is. And if it is not for one of our common routes or pages that we know about, and for now we tested with the home page and with admin. And if the request is not for one of these routes, then what we do is actually we do a redirect. And that's actually how a URL shortener would be supposed to work. So the idea is that the request would come in for the host, and then for the path it would be something like, I don't know, a string of characters, I would say, and that is actually a token, and that we save in our database. And when the request comes in for that token, we look it up in the database and then redirect to the long URL. And for that, we created also a very basic model. And in this very basic model, we have this short URL model. And here we have a path string, which is the which represents the original URL. Then we have the value itself. Then we have the token. And then we have the date time when that token or when that short URL was created. And this is how this would be supposed to work. So this is what we're gonna save in database just a little bit later. And then each time a request comes in for a certain value or for a certain token, we just look it up and then redirect to this original URL. Original URL. And there is one more thing that we need. When we actually get a request here, there is a header which is called user agent, and from that header we can basically extract some information about the request that just came in, like information that would be maybe useful for analytics, like the browser, the OS, and things like that. And for that we actually use the library. I guess it should be here. No, it's not here. No, because we implemented this as a service. So we implemented, it's not in the domain, but here in these services. And here we have this, where is this packages? UA parser. This is the package that we use. And to this package, let's just look into this service. What we actually do is that we get the user agent from the request. Then what we do is we just use that library, and based on that user agent string that we give here, we are able to extract information like things about the operating system from which the request comes, about the device itself, And here there is one thing that is important, if this device is a bot or not. And maybe, I don't know, way later when we'll try to, I don't know, maybe implement something like a basic analytics functionality, we would like to know how many bots actually made requests for our URLs for our service, and not count them as real requests, I would say. However, for that we would have also, or we would need to have the service already running, because we need to kind of observe what type of information do we get, and if that information about if that request comes from a bot is really legit or not. And then we get also information, we get some information about the browser, and we simply return this type of information. And I also try to catch up to where we left exactly. Yeah, and basically, yeah, indeed, we use that service here. We add it here in configure services like we usually do, and then here we have this user agent service, and we use that here in this middleware, and we parse that header. And from here, yeah, we'll have to decide just a little bit later probably what we really want to do with this type of information. Probably we should save it somehow in the database, but maybe it should be also related to the request. As I said, this is something that I code totally from scratch. I also don't want to think about what I want to do prior to going online. I kind of like to go through the entire thought process of how I want to design the service. So I'm not exactly sure how this will look like in the end, but yeah, I'm sure that there will be something nice, I guess. Okay, let me check if everything is okay. So it seems that the stream both on Twitch and on YouTube is fine, so I guess we can continue in this case. Okay, good. So what should we do next? I mean, what I would like to do next, I guess, is to bring some sort of clarity here, and maybe simply move this entire middleware in a custom middleware class. I guess that would be the next step. And maybe simplify here. For now, we will only leave the first case. When the request comes for the homepage, in that case we will return the normal Blazor application, so we'll load the app in that case. Otherwise we will try to do a redirect. So yeah, let's get started. In this case, let's create a new folder here. Let's call this folder middleware. Did I type correct? Yeah, I guess it should be fine. And here, how should we call our middleware? Redirect. Use redirect. Let's add a new class. And here we should have already this middleware class. So we'll use it, but we'll call it short URL redirect. So in this middleware we have this next delegate, and then we have here in this task invoke, this is the HTTP context, and here this is use short URL redirect, which is what we actually need. And this is actually the method that we will call then on startup.cs in the configure method. But for now, actually we have to move our entire logic that we have right now here I guess we have to move it for now, simply in a custom middleware that we already have. So let's do that actually. And let's remove this. And we implement this before we move next. Okay. Now, of course, here the service. I guess that in this invoke method we can use dependency injection. So I guess that we can simply user agent service. Should be something like that. Of course, we need to add the necessary using statements here. In the interfaces, we would need the read-only field for that also. User agent service. It should do it. And then we actually don't have to get or to resolve the service, because we have it here. So in this case, what we can do is simply we don't need this parser anymore because we have the field. We have the field for that right now. We also need to add another using here for the string values. Then here we don't have this request. We have the HTTP context that we can use because it is also injected here in our method. And here what we can do is HTTP context. Where is it? Request header string get value, so this should be fine. And here we have this new service that we have in the field, user agent service. So that should be fine. And here in this case we have also to replace this with HTTP context. Then this should be also fine. And here for now, the next delegate is here, this field. So we just return this like that. What is the problem here? Can simply convert timers to ASP.NET Core request delegate to system threading task. Okay. Okay, because okay, yeah, in this case we this middleware should return a task. Okay, so in that case okay, this case we will simply remove because we don't need it. And then this is the HTTP context. And my guess is that we will turn this middleware to also be an to use await and we'll mark this with the async keyword, because we'll most probably would need to also write things in the database here or similar like that. Okay, but yeah, the user agent service, sorry for that. Since we inject this user agent service not in the constructor of the middleware, but here in this method, in this invoke method, then we actually don't need this field. we actually don't need that field. We simply have to remove the underscore here, and I guess that was the only underscore. Yeah, right now we don't use this header that we get here, but we'll come to this a little bit later, because we'll have also to think about where do we want exactly to parse the user agent, because we would, I would assume, I'm not sure, but probably we would like to parse this user agent header only if the request comes or is actually for a certain short URL. So in this case, I guess we would need to move this just to have this, I would say, as a placeholder here in this default, because otherwise we don't really want to track things. Sorry, of course that is, we need to have it here, but we don't use it. So yeah, we'll have this user agent header. We can check this out just in a few seconds. But before we can really test if this works with the custom middleware, builder use middleware short URI redirect, this is okay. So we'll go to here in startup, and it would be app.use short URL redirect. And yeah, let's test this out. So right now, when we run this application, what I would expect to happen is that right when it starts, it actually tries to load the home page, because this is a Blazor server app. So we would be in the scenario where we hit this one, so it will simply pass the context to the next middleware in the pipeline, which in this case would be this user routing to find a route for that. But when we then try to go to something else, then I would expect that it would be that it would hit the default here. So then we are redirected to this GitHub page. So this is the behavior that I would expect right now. So let's maybe, or maybe let's not put a breakpoint. First, let's try this out. Okay, it opened it on the other monitor, no problem. Let's see. So yeah, it loaded the home page, which is correct. But right now, if I want to navigate to anything else, I would expect to redirect to that GitHub page. And indeed, that happened. So this means that everything works correctly. Let me just put a breakpoint here to see what value do we have here in this user agent. So let's try once again. So the user agent header, okay. Okay, we have to, yeah, sorry for that. Right, now we should have something. Okay. So what do we have? Discount, but something's not right here. We have a string here. Parse user agent. Sorry, yeah. This is what we have on the request. And this parsed user agent is the parsed result. So we have then information about the browser, which is Chrome, version 86.0, the device. For some reason, it doesn't recognize that it is a laptop, a Dell laptop. But for the OS, it does recognize that it is Windows 10, but it doesn't really recognize the minor version of it. But I guess for now it's okay for what we will probably need. So yeah, that's actually it for now. Let's close this application right now. So yeah, we have moved all this logic here to a custom middleware class that we have created, and you see here that in this user agent service we can simply use it and actually inject it in this invoke method. But what I want to try out, because last time we had a problem because we needed to add this service as transient. If we tried to add this service to the DI container as scoped, we had an error. And I am curious if we move this actually to a custom middleware class which uses this custom invoke method, if we can use this as scoped, because it would be very important from my point of view to use this service as scoped. And the reason why I say that is probably because in this user agent service we would need to also inject the DB context later. And the DB context should be scoped to each single request in this case. Although, yeah, there might be different problems that we might hit just a little bit later, but for now, I guess that that should actually do it. Let's try this out once again. Because if it doesn't work as a scoped service, well, then we have a slight problem, I would say. So at least the homepage we get is spelled correctly. Let's try to navigate to whatever URL, and we are still redirected. So yeah, so right now it works as scoped, and this is actually great. This is actually really great, because this means that we will be able to also add the DB context as a scope service and inject it actually in this user agent service. So yeah, that totally helps us a lot. Okay, good. So what should we do next? I guess maybe we should try to start to implement also just a little bit of front end, and try to kind of implement this functionality of shortening URLs, so that we have it implemented from the front end to the back end. We probably will save it to a database just a little bit later. I'm not sure if we get to do this today, but I guess that having a front end would be a very good, nice part. And for the front end, there is actually something that I have prepared. Of course, I really don't want to spend a lot of time writing HTML and CSS and JavaScript. It's not fun for me at all. So that's why whenever I can, I work with templates. And I have bought a template. Let me open it. I will open it in Visual Studio Code, because we'll basically use information, or we'll use this template in order to display things and not write everything. Okay, what extension will use the globally installed ESLint library? Okay, yeah, I developed some Node.js on this. So yeah, but it's I don't know, a few months back. So should I maybe stream Node.js? What do you think? That's actually a very good thing. I really would like your feedback on that. Would you like to see me streaming also on Node.js and things similar from the JavaScript ecosystem? What I could totally do is probably Node.js and Angular. Yes, allow for now. So, would you like to see also Node.js, Angular stuff here on this channel, or should I stick to the .NET? My preference, of course, goes for .NET, but I like getting my hands dirty also with different other things. So the idea is that I'll go back here, but in the meantime, I really wait for your feedback. It would be great. Just let me know if you think that you would like to see on this channel also content on Node.js. Let me go here. To also open it in a browser, it would be the index page in this case. That should be here. So it would look like this. Of course, there are some things that we won't have here in this front end. Probably this type of stuff here will change something. I don't think that, at least for now, we won't need all these menu items here, because for now we won't have login, we won't have register and things like that. But yeah, we'll certainly use this part, of course. Maybe we'll display here some stats about how many URLs have we shortened so far, and similar stuff. And I guess that would be it for now for the front end. But in order to not code everything really from scratch, well, when it comes to front end, I'm also not a very big expert on front end stuff. We'll use this template. So let's try to go to our Blazor app and see how we can implement this front end. I just want to look a little bit in this app settings.json. Here, yeah, we have only configurations for logging, which, well, is important. I can't say it isn't. And I'm still waiting for your feedback, guys. It would be great. That would be great. Okay, so let's go back. Here in Blazor, the template that you get when you start basically a new application is not really something that I like a lot. They use this concept of pages where you have the home and similar like that. We have here the counter, the fetch data, and as you might know, in Blazor it's very similar to React and Angular and other front-end frameworks. Everything is based actually on components. So what I like to do when I develop Blazor applications is to structure my application according to this feature-based approach. So for each feature that we want to have, we'll have a folder, and all the code that is related to that feature will go in that folder. That would be probably the component itself, but maybe we will need a service, maybe we would need I don't know, something like a model that is specific only for the front end or similar stuff. So this is why I want to restructure this a little bit. And here we have this data folder where we have this weather forecast and weather forecast service. It's something that we will probably delete sooner rather than later. Now, when it comes to this, we should have a layout. In shared, we have here the main layout, and this is actually the layout that that comes for this standard Blazor template. But I guess that what we would do here is actually we will remove everything from here. Of course, we'll have this we will still have this div with that will contain the body actually. But I'm thinking right now, let's see what we have here on this host. And here on this host, I guess this is where we should add, at least for now, add all our CSS stuff and JavaScript stuff and things like that. So let's start with this, and I'll go to this template and I'll try to look a little bit what we have here. So we have here these tags with all this CSS stuff, and I think I'll just take everything from here and I'll move it here in this head. Yeah, I guess that should do it. I guess I'll keep this site CSS. I don't know, maybe we'll add some custom CSS to our code a little bit later sometime. So maybe we'll keep that, but all the other stuff I guess I'll just delete. And so yeah, let's see. Okay, the name, the content width, initial scale, all important things here. This title will be only rank me. That's actually the name of the service. And if you didn't watch the last time, this I actually have already something there. Ranked me. Okay. Yeah, there's an E. It shouldn't be there. So that's actually what we have right now, and that's what we want to replace. So we want to build here a proper application. Right now it actually works. This is a very basic Angular component. So, and in the backend we have an ASP.NET Core API, but I developed this a long time ago, I think in 2017. So we want to replace actually what we have here right now with our service that we develop right now, and you see that it actually works. So that should be fine. Okay, good. So we have all this CSS stuff, but okay, guys, that's important. Before we need actually to migrate all these files that we need. So let me open this in Folder Explorer, and we need to actually find out that's actually where we need to copy things. The favicon that we have here well, for now we'll just delete. Probably I'll do a own favicon later, maybe using Canva or things like that. Okay, so we have these assets here, and in this assets folder we have actually everything that we need. So we need to copy this assets folder I get entirely, because we look for assets, CSS, CSS, and so on. So probably we should just copy the entire assets folder here. Okay, so now we have everything there. So the next step, I guess, will be to make sure actually that the paths that we give here are correct. And a good way to check this out is I just delete some few letters and try to see if it works, but it doesn't actually work. So let me see if I add this. Okay, it still doesn't see the file. I'm not sure exactly where it wants to look for. Let me check. So we have the root folder, where we have also the CSS folder, which is actually this one here. So actually it's, let's try to have it like this. So if we have just assets, but it still doesn't see it. It still doesn't see it. Okay. Not such a fan of JavaScript. Okay, I'm not necessarily a huge fan either, but yeah, you probably will get to work with it sooner than later. And now with TypeScript, it's even not that bad. Okay. So we have here this web root. But it's strange because in this root, now we don't have the assets. What did I copy actually? Let me delete this, because I'm not sure exactly what I did copy. Let's try again. Okay, so I totally messed it up. Yeah, I messed the different W roots up. This was the W root for my service, and this one was well, what I have downloaded, or yeah, let's copy this entire assets folder. This folder should contain everything, I guess. So it's the ring.me www root. So let's copy it here, the entire assets folder. Okay, so now we have it here, and let's try again. Yeah, now it sees them. So now the files are correct. So basically we just have to remove this stuff, and then all CSS files should be loaded correctly, I guess. Yep. Okay. That should do it for now. What do we have here? Short icon, this is the favicon from the template, which should also be in the assets folder. That should be also correct. And this is the CSS file that we have from the Blazor template. So let's leave it like that. Let's go back to the template and look a little bit here. Then we already start the body. Before we go actually to the body, what I would like to do, let me go here. So we have here the body, which is correct, and then this script we really need it here, because this is actually the one that handles the signal connection from the JavaScript perspective for the, let's say, interoperability with the browser. But let's see what else can we add here in this layout. Of course, I guess I just make the body. No, it doesn't really help. Okay, let me make all the sections smaller. Because what we would need here for now is the footer. We need all the scripts. We need all these JavaScripts here in order for this template to work, of course. So let's go back, and I'll just add all those under this Blazor server JavaScript. Now the only thing that we need to do is simply remove these things here. Let's see, yeah, it finds it. And this should also load all the files. Of course, one other thing that I would do if, well, this would be a real production-ready app, is probably I wouldn't add all the JavaScripts here. I would add only the JavaScript files that are needed really in all the application. But for all other components that we have from this template, I would create sections in the different components that we have then in Blazor, and add the JavaScript files only when those components need to be loaded. And that's a similar approach even if you develop for a regular .NET app or a regular web app using either Razor Pages or the MVC approach. So yeah, let's remove also this one, and yeah, this should load all. This should load all the JavaScript files. This div, I really don't think I need it right now. In the layout, I don't want it in my application. And then let's look a little bit into how this is created. So the first thing that we have is the scroll to top section. The scroll to top section, where is it? That should be this one. And I really don't want to edit right now. Our page won't contain so much content like we have here on this template. It will just contain, for now at least, actually the upper part with a totally different text, and yeah, probably this one. So that would be everything. So yeah, let me go one step further. So we don't need to scroll to top. This is the header section, and I would assume that the header is actually, it contains yeah, the menu and things like that, which should be fine, I guess. So what I will do is, for now, or for the beginning, I will copy the entire header and I will put it here. Sorry, not here, but let's go back to our Blazor app. So we have the body, and here I have to think a little bit. Here I have to think a little bit, because so here we have this app, and this is how it basically says that, okay, here is the part where the app gets rendered. And when I say app, it actually means the layout. So we have the body, and then we have app. Here we have the body, and then we have all these different divs. So this means that starting here, this is not the host anymore, this standard host file, but it should be the layout that comes in. And the layout is something that we will have here. So in this case, what I would do, I guess, I will just paste the header here. Okay, so this would be the layout. Of course, we'll then go back and delete most of the things here, I would say. But for now, I just want to check that everything will load correctly, just in a second. But before I can do that, we'll have to make sure, you know, that here, I guess I did something wrong, because here we have this div class content, where we actually have the body. The body would actually be the entire content. So this header, I guess, I don't know what happened here, but yeah, I guess I'll have to make a short break, because my green screen just well, it got totally messed up. But I guess we can continue also without the green screen behind. Just 1 second. In this case, I would like to make my camera smaller. Yeah, something like that. Okay. Yeah, that was something that was not expected, but well, things happen like that. Okay, so let's go back to my thought process. Just let me check if I'm still streaming. It seems I'm still streaming. Yeah. Thank you very much for watching. I'm really glad to have you here. Once again, don't be shy and use the chat whenever you want to say something. I would be grateful if we could communicate more. So yeah, let's go back. So we have this body. Yeah, so this is the body tag that we have in this template. And where do we have it here? Here, the body, we have it in this host file, so that's okay. It means that after this we render the layout and then actually the app itself. So if we go back to the layout, what do we actually want to have in the layout? First of all, we don't want to, okay, let's how should we do that? Let's just copy this. Let's just take this out here just for 1 small second. And what's common here for the layout is the entire thing that we have. So I would say that the header goes here, the body comes afterwards, and then the footer would be on the other part. So yeah, let's delete this. Let's also delete this. I guess to just make sure that we don't mess up the template, we'll also remove this CSS class. And right now we can go back here and copy the header. And just paste it. Let's make it smaller. Then we have the body, and then we would have the footer itself. Where is it? The banner section. There are a lot of sections here, but we'll look into this section separately. What I want right now, I guess it's the footer section. Yep, that would be it. So let's go back and add it here. Okay. And I guess I would say that right now we could actually test if this works. So let's run the application. So right now I would expect to have something similar to what we saw earlier. Okay. Seems something's not working well, and I think we could use these developer tools here and go on network and just do a reload. Let's clear everything, because I'm curious what is not loading properly, because something is of course obviously not loading properly. Maybe some CSS or some JavaScript file. Okay, so what did we try to Blazor server, then a bunch of JavaScript. Ring me, what is this request all about? Okay, it's why did we try to go there? This is not something that, this is the request URL. Why? And of course it's not found. Here we have the favicon, which is assets, images, favicon, which is correct. So some of the things are loaded correctly, but we have these strange requests that we see here. So the request URL is this one. Why? Let's go. Let's go. Where do we have? Let's go here. I want to see what happens here actually. Okay. So we are here in this middle where we go for this switch and we are requesting the home page, I guess. Let's see. Where is the request? Pet query. Okay. Request. scheme is HTTPS. Okay, protocol. Where is the path? The path is the home page, which is correct. So in this case, we would have to return the next, which actually happens. And then let's press continue. Then we come back. This is when the request comes back out, because here once again we stop here. Right now there are a lot. Okay, I see it. I see the problem, because of course they request for a lot of information, and every time it will try to redirect, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, that is the problem. Yeah, that's nice. So we have to rethink a little bit how we handle this here. So what I think about this URL service right now, what I want to do is that all my short URLs should be 8 characters long. And of course we will support alphanumeric characters, which means that we would be able to have both letters and numbers, of course. But the important thing to notice here in this URL shortener service, and that actually applies also for bit.ly and things like that, that when you have a short URL or when the request comes for a short URL, the short URL would be always or have always the same length. So this means that when we when we have a request with the same length, then it is possible to use this as a condition for our redirect. So in this case, we would have this HTTP context request path toString, and then so if it is for the home page, then everything is okay. But then instead of having this default here, I would do this a little bit differently. Yeah, let's stop this right now. It is already stopped. Let's think this through, and I guess I won't use a switch here, but I'll delete it just a little bit later. So first of all, if HTTP context dot path toString length equals 9, because the path would always contain also this forward slash. So this means if I want my short URLs to be always 8 characters long, then with this short URL it will be 9. So in this case, what I would like to do is simply do this here, return redirect. So I would simply put this here. Let me just delete this, and probably just a little bit later we'll have to tweak this one more time, because it could be that we create a routed component at a certain point or the route, the path to that component would be also exactly 8 characters long. So in that case, we would have to make sure that it is not a route that we need. But for now, actually, I guess that this might actually help, because if the path is 9 characters long, then I want to do this redirect. So let's try it once again. Let's once again on the other screen. Let's go here. Just 1 second. Okay, I still have some problems here. Let me check if this is the same problem. Let's go to network. Let's clear this and just reload it. What do we actually have here? Okay. So right now it doesn't seem that we have any errors on requests, which is nice. So we have the favicon. Something is missing here and I'm not sure why, where something is messing everything up. But I'm not sure exactly what. Because I'm... Okay, we have here script, PNG, font, XHR. I don't see any style sheets. I see the site CSS and I see this main CSS. And this is where what it initiated. So it seems like, I'm not sure, am I maybe missing something? Maybe you see something that I don't see, but I'm not sure exactly where. Not sure exactly where are my CSS files here. Let's see, so we have script, then PNGs. We have these two style sheets. Just open a conic. I guess there is still a conflict between. Okay, let me close this and have once again a look. At least right now, this part with the middleware seems to work. Let's go one step further here. Okay, so we have all these things here. I don't think we have these CSS files, I guess. I don't remember to have seen these CSS files loaded, which is not okay. But on the other side, I saw actually all the scripts here that were loaded correctly. So something is the favicon is also loaded correctly, and this CSS. Let me just comment this out just for 1 second, and let's start again. Let's see. Yeah, right now it's still, well, here we have some problems because we have, I guess the problem is, just let me check. The problem is that in the component that we have with this hello world and things like that, where is it? Index.razor. Let's remove this. I don't want to have anything there. Something is still not right, I guess. Here's the register, here's the login. Okay, I think maybe let's just look here at So we have this header here, which seems to be okay. I'm still not sure exactly where that contact has come from. But let me check once again. Let's go in the layout and let's open the header. So we have this header, then we have this container, have the logo, index. Aha, okay, here is one thing that is messed up. The first one, it should be like that, I guess. Okay, so that is one. Then of course a lot of hrefs to a lot of other stuff that we will remove later. And then this type of things. And in the footer, what do we have here? Okay, we have these assets that we have to change. This URL is not correct anymore. Do we have other URLs? Let me check. I don't think. Here we have one, and here we have several. Probably are all the stuff for social networks. Okay. Copyright. I will remove this with automated date. href. These are all things that we will change sooner rather than later. Here's some fault awesome things, and that should be it. Let me check again if I have some outstanding. Okay, let's try once again. Opened on the other monitor, but I'll resolve that. It's very similar to what we actually had earlier, but I'm really not sure where this contact us comes from. I'm really not sure about that, because on the other page, where do we have a contact us? Actually don't have any contact us. On the register, no, it's no contact us. These are different pages. These are totally different pages. We don't actually use them. This is home. Okay, let's do another thing here, because I'm not sure exactly. So what we have here is, here's the scroll to top section. This is something that we said that we don't want to add. Then we have the header, and then we have the banner section. Let me also add this banner section. But where do we want to add the banner section? The banner section, I would say, is also the part of the layout right now. But even though we could create different components for things like that, but right now I would just like to have it working, and then we'll see how we can make it look nicer. So let's go into this main layout. So we have the header. I think I'm messing the divs up here. So it's the body and then the different type of things. Then there is the body, and the body starts directly with this here. And here's the place where we would put the contents of our components. So the header should be the same. Let me add also the banner. banner, I guess they consider the banner the part where we have that box to shorten the URL. Let's get all the assets right first of all. Container. Okay. Yeah, this is the counter. Yeah, that's actually the banner. Which I would suggest should actually be part of the component already. Okay. Now the shorten URLs and so on is okay, but still something is missing here. And it could be that it has to do with the scroll to top bar. Yeah, let's maybe add the scroll to top part. I don't know. I'm not sure about that, but we'll try it out. Okay. Here we don't have any assets or things like that. So let's try it out once again. Okay, now we have this loader, which is kind of nice, but it remains on the loading part. That's not nice anymore. Why does it remain here? Okay, here we go. We get a lot of stuff. Don't have any errors, but this still remains. Let's check it out a little bit. What does it do? So it is an overlayer, it's a loader inner, and then it's href flow and div overlay. It's actually the loader that creates some problems here. So for the body, we don't have anything like a class. Once again, for the body, we don't have anything as the class here. The only thing that we have here different is here this app, but this app, we commented out this site CSS, so there shouldn't be anything here that it creates some problems for us. And that's the main CSS that is loaded. Probably all the others depend on that because it's probably pre-compiled. So we have the body, Let's try it again and compare it. I look into the elements of this page. And it's actually the preloader that remains. So what do we actually have here? We have here all this. So we have the head. In the head, we have all this stuff, which is okay. Good. Then we have the body. And the problem is, I guess, that in the body we have the app. Okay. And then in the app we have everything here. And I assume, I guess, that the fact that we have that app comes with a problem, I guess. And this is the overlayer then. Hit the loader and scroll to top. So one of the problems could be that between the body and here and this div we have this app. So that that could be a problem. And the problem is we cannot get rid of that app. Let me close this. What I will do, I will let me save all. I will look at another Blazor solution or Blazor project that I created in July, I guess. And I also used a template there. It was not the same template like we have here, but still a template. So let me go to the start window, and it was, where was it? How was it called? It was this one. It was also a server-side Blazor app. Okay, that was a little bit more complicated. So what we had here in, where is it shared? But pages, hosts. So here we have the head, then we have body, and then we have the app like we had it earlier. So this is exactly the same way. And then in the layout, we started with the header. So it's actually exactly the same thing that we had previously. We have this header in the, here we don't have, okay, we have this header section which we added also. DVD page content, okay. Yeah, here I use some cascading values to pass in some well information from the layout to the other components, but that's really not important. What is important, I guess, is, but yeah, in that template we had different divs, and then we can, yeah, it was just kind of a little bit different. This one doesn't seem to have any heavy grids and things like that. See that we have here the containers, the rows, so everything like using the Bootstrap grid system. But here I don't see anywhere where we use the real Bootstrap grid system, not in the overlayer, in the header. Yeah, we have this container, yeah, we have something. But then we don't really have, and I guess that the problem is somewhere here. But still, the problem is that yeah, I'll have to see how I can make this template work on Blazor, because something is surely not okay. If you have any ideas, then just let me know. But yeah, right now I'm a little bit out of luck. Let's go back to our application. So like we had it previously, it's we have here everything that we have in the head, then we have the body and the app. And then we have the main layout where we have all this stuff here. The problem is that everything should go actually here in this body. So you know what we will do, I guess? I guess we can move everything here in this div where we have the body. And we simply can inject the body somewhere else. So this is the banner. The banner is the part where we have the URL shortener form, which is something that probably I would like to have as a component and not part of the layout itself. So in the layout I would like to have probably the overlay. Not sure exactly what happens here though. So let's do here things a little bit different. So once again, the banner section is not something that I want to have in the layout. That is for sure something that I want to have in the body. So let's do it like that. Or even let's do it differently. Let's not have the body in a div. Because in their case, the body was not in a div. The body would be in this case my my first component, I would say. So what I would put here is, for instance, the banner section. I would put in the component, where is it? Index, or how is it called? Yes. So this is where I would put this here. Okay, let me briefly change everything that needs to be changed here. See, that's why I hate HTML and CSS. I don't see anything else right now. So that would be actually what would come in the main layout here at the body. So that's the placeholder where we would see the content of our components. So yeah, so in this case we have here the header on the layout, we have the overlay, and we have the footer. And then everything else should be injected as a component. Let's see if something changes right now. It still has this problem with the overlayer. You know what, let's just comment it out. Actually, we need to comment everything out. Actually, we can simply delete it, or no, let's comment out. Okay, it's strange because still, where does this get in touch come from? I totally don't know. Ah, is it from the footer, I guess? let's delete the footer entirely, or now let's comment it out once again. Okay. Yeah, contact us. Okay. And it's this form. But then copyright. I mean, the background color is not right. So something's not right there in the footer. Footer background. Okay. Images footer wave. We will see if something is a problem there. So we have this so I don't need all this stuff at all. And in the footer bottom we have this stuff and then all these URLs, and that should be it. Something's still not right with the, I don't know, it's some CSS things are not loaded correctly. But I'm not sure exactly what. It was initially correct. Here we see only the Facebook. Okay, the problem is that the backgrounds are not. Only problem is that the background is not correct. Everything else is actually the same like we have here. So only the background is messed up. Let me go back to this network again. Let's try to load it again. Yeah, once again the background is totally messed up. Let's try to find out why. Okay. So let's start once again. Okay, all the style sheets are imported correctly. Okay. Then the favicon is also specified correctly and all the JavaScripts are there. Then if you go in this main layout, in the header, what we have here, we have the logo, which is okay. Then we have the menu, which is okay. Active login. Then register and login, and one of the buttons is active and one not, which is correct. But why is the background not loaded correctly? Data background. Okay, that is the background for that. This is the wave. Here these are only font awesome things, which should be okay. Let me go in the www root folder, assets, CSS. Let me see, what do we have here in this main? Because maybe there are some backgrounds that are tried to be loaded here in the CSS file. Vertical line. Visually hidden. Here to media things. Print background, color. Okay. Body main. Page 1. 3. Yeah, it seems that I'm kind of stuck here. Let me background. Here we have the body. There are some background colors. The overlay. I'm not sure if I'll find something here at all, actually. Okay. This is for the testimonial. This is not something that we need. See, this is something that I look for the background. Here it's trying to load from a URL. And theoretically, what should be that URL? Let me see it. Oh, it is called images before PNG. So let me go here in wroot. Assets. Actually, this URL, I'm not sure exactly to what it actually refers. Let me go on the template page. It's in the CSS folder. Okay, but in this case, it should be correct, I guess. So we are here in RinkMe, assets, CSS, and then we have images. I bet these are not the real backgrounds that we actually need, but in that case, let me check this one. But it finds them, so that is not the problem here. So that is not the problem, because it's in the same folder as with the CSS, so that's not a problem. Image shapes PNG. Yet we still have that. Yep. Even though I'm not in the correct one. Shapes, yeah, it is correct. Background. Background. No. These are classes for pages that we didn't even implement. So yeah. Overlay or background, okay, but once again, loader inner. Background. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of like it's frustrating. I really don't get it. So again, background. I think, yeah, we started from the beginning, so we didn't find anything in this page actually. Okay. Yeah, I totally don't get what the problem is. Why is the background not rendered correctly? Let me try once again. Because initially everything is okay, and then it simply disappears. See, it's okay initially, but then it just goes away. That's strange. That's strange. Everything is loaded correctly. It seems, at least. Here we have a lot of style sheets. So everything seems to be loaded correctly. Elements body. We have this app, yeah, of course this. We have, but afterwards we have this header, which is the container, header wrapper, logo menu, header bar, header right. We have all the header here. The wrapper we have where we should also, the container probably should have some specific regarding to background, but I don't get it. Let's look it once again up in the main layout. Let me take this line one by one. Here the only link is to the logo, and of course to other HTML, but this is actually not a problem. Here we click on them, that's really not a problem. Here's a block with some menu that doesn't really concern us at all. Header button active, okay. And here we have this one and this one, and that should be it. class footer background image. Here the data background. Okay, so at least here in the footer I can see that so this one is correct. This one seems not to be there. But then this is with data background. And maybe, I don't know, in this case. Let's try once again. Still nothing. Still nothing here. Not sure exactly where this is supposed to look for this one. Still doesn't help. Let's see if I do refresh. Still the same thing. So nothing changes. That. But I'm still confused why when it loads the background is okay, but then it simply disappears. So why does this happen actually? That's really strange. That's really strange. Okay. Header section, container, header wrapper. Here's the logo and the menu and things like that, but nobody or nowhere. So there is no background here set. So footer section. Yeah, this is the footer that we had already, and we see that it actually doesn't work. Maybe we just slash. I don't know. However, that's for the footer, it's one thing, but we have problem with the header. Let's go to the elements, app, footer, data background, assets image. So it's in the images footer background. Where is it footer? Yeah, so it's actually this one that it's not loaded. So that's the background in the footer, at least, that it is not loaded at all. And also this, all of those. Yeah, but on the other hand, we removed them, so that shouldn't be a very big problem. But that is actually what we don't find. Okay, so that would be for the footer list. theoretically we know where to look for that, okay? But for this one, for the header, I have no idea. What did we miss here? Is there, so everything from here we just copied. We copied all the style sheets. The body doesn't have any other class. Then all the classes are here because they're copied correctly. The only difference is that we have that app between them. Okay, let's see. How long have you been coding? Is there any JavaScript overwriting the CSS? Yeah, to be honest, I don't know, because I said this is a template that I purchased online. I'm not very good with the front end stuff, at least not with the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. But what we could do is we can take a look in the JavaScript. But I'm not really sure that we would be able to really find something here. Main.js. Okay. Background. Let me see a background image. Okay. URL this data background plus. Okay. So I guess you're right actually. But why does this JavaScript work correctly here and it doesn't work when I have copied it over? That's okay. So when the windows load, we have this I don't know exactly what that is. Yeah. So for it looks for background image CSS background. Maybe it looks in the wrong place. Image function URL background plus, and it turns to background. Okay. Counter. Yes, this is that. Oh, the counter works. Well, it turns out that this template is actually then very, very bad, because theoretically the templates that you purchase should it should be easy to just take and implement wherever you need. But in this case, it's not that easy because a lot of stuff happens here in this JavaScript. Scroll to the top. Yeah. Phew. We definitely would have to try to understand everything that happens here. Countdown.js. I'm not sure exactly what countdown this is. Contact.js that even tries to make an Ajax call. That's nice. But yeah, one problem is probably something here when the URL is not generated correctly. If I go, let me close this. What image do we actually need here? Okay, URL plus this data background plus Let us go to this JavaScript file here. Assets JS main.js, and here what should be the URL for this background? Let's try to find out. Assets images. Okay, for the banner there is this image, there is this image, and there is this one in the banner shape. So these two images get loaded correctly, but this one surely doesn't get loaded correctly. So this is the banner background, but we'll look into the banner background afterwards, because this one I guess it's loaded directly, but this is not the banner background. Okay, so what else do we have? Client, feature, footer. Yeah, these are the footer pictures. Icon, logo, payout, publisher, sponsor, why. Account background. Okay, where should this be used? Let me check. Okay, this is, let's try to figure out from here. The background is there. Because it doesn't seem this is the background, I guess. Here we have a background for the menu bar, and I guess this is the background for the banner, but we have also the background for the menu bar. Okay, so here on the window, this is the overlayer, but here the overlayer should fade out in 1 second actually. So this is what they say, but in fact it doesn't fade out at all. It doesn't fade out. Okay, and for image, looks a class for the background image. Do we have something like that? No. The 404. These are these balls. This is the background for the banner, of course. And here is the blog, client, feature, footer, icon, logo, payout, publisher. I'm not sure exactly what this one would be supposed to fetch actually, because it says it should be a URL. Then this is the preloader.js. This fetches the background for the preloader. So this fetches the background for the preloader. Okay. And the background for the preloader is actually okay. This is the counter, this is the pop-up. Body each, find. Calorie enable true, FAQ. I don't actually see where the background gets overwritten in JavaScript actually. Click event to scroll to top. Header bar, let's see. On click, toggle class, okay. The overlay menu toggles different classes. It removes the active and so on when you click through the buttons from the menu, which is okay. Then it gets the scroll position. Windows on scroll. Again, it removes classes, it adds classes depending on what you do on the page. Widget size slider. I don't know what exactly this slider is. Go to the next item, go to this previous item. So no, but this one is actually the background for the preloader, so I'm fairly sure about that. What else do we have? Contact.js. This is when you submit the form. So this is not something that that helps us a lot. This is the bootstrap JavaScript. We can't look in there because it's minified. There's the countdown, the counter up. And that's the main where we already were. That's a map. Okay. Administrative labels. Okay. Here are a lot of mappings. Okay. Map marker PNG. That's modernizer. Nice select. Parallel. Let's see what we have here. Okay. Background. And waypoints. I'm curious about another thing. I guess I'll just have to, well, I don't know, maybe to take a short break to think about how to proceed. But what I wanted to check is what happens when I resize the window. No, it doesn't have anything to do with the window resize. So Bootstrap seems to work properly here. The only thing that doesn't seem to work properly is, well, the background. Okay, what if we try to, I guess, set our backgrounds somehow manually. I really hate that. And I really hate also the fact that the preloader doesn't actually close in 1 second, because according to the JavaScript, that's what it should do. Once again, if we uncomment this, then the preloader will actually remain there. Loader inner, okay. Okay, and where do we have this index.razor? Let's see. Data background. The problem is that whenever it's this with data background, it seems it doesn't fetch, but I'm not sure exactly why that happens. Are you familiar with this CSS or with this this type of attribute? What it is actually supposed to show here? Because when we load things with sources, everything works fine. But here, I cannot actually use this background. Let me search for this one. I want to search in the current project. Okay, this is the data background for the footer and no more other items found. Okay. Background. But this is not what I want to do here. I want to set the background for div, but maybe it's exactly the same. Where was I? Here I'm on the index. Background image. But that's actually a CSS thing. Style. Okay, sorry. Equals background image. How's the URL? It should be something like that. Let's make sure it background image URL and then the image. Let's try it out. Okay, now that's the problem with the preloader. Let's not use the preloader at all. Where is it? Where is it? The preloader is in the main layout, I guess. So let's just comment it out. So I managed to set it manually. And now it seems to work. That's kind of cool. Now the only problem is that we have the background for this banner, which is okay. But what we don't have is the background for the menu bar, and then when you scroll, well, this gets overwritten and well, things like that. But what we can do here right now is let's close that. Let's try to do exactly the same thing also for the footer. Where we have this data background, we change this to style, and then we have background image, and here we have no URL, parentheses and close parentheses. Okay, so that should do it for the footer. And right now, what do we actually need and don't need here? Div container, this header wrapper, this is the logo here. There's actually no background set here. That's strange, because here if I go, you see that it's clearly there's a different background for that. Let me go here on the elements, because what I want to do is check the exact color for that one. And actually the overlayer, the loader, and okay, this is not something that I really need, but then I have the header, header section active, container. Okay, so the header has this background, which is this one. We should set it with background color, I guess. So if we go to the header, we can say here style equals background color, and it should be okay. What just happened here? It should be this one. What is not okay for you? Let's check it out. I mean, still have to figure out why the preloader is not working correctly or as expected. So right now we are one step further, because right now we have here this entire but I guess I would move this. Where could we move? Because this is for the entire header section, and we still have, like you see, the problem is that there's still it's not for the entire. But let me check if it's the exactly same thing here. Yeah, it's actually no, it's not. Yeah, there is a slight problem with the menu bar that is not going up correctly, but to be honest, it's not something that I would bother right now. What I would do instead is, now okay, I have this logo here, where, so actually I don't need any of this stuff here. So what I would do is simply, for now, where should I be? Okay, this is the header wrapper. I will keep the logo, but I will replace this with an own logo at a certain point. I will keep the home menu, but I don't need actually anything here. Payout rates, FAQ, blog of course is not something that I would need, but not even home actually. Then sign up and register is also something that I won't need, or login and register. I would leave all this stuff there, just to have all the structure that we need. Header right, login and register. Okay, and I also don't need these buttons here. Okay, so let me try once again. Okay, It's better right now. Perfect. I want to make everything to be there in one place. The footer is still not working correctly. But we'll go back to that just a little bit later. Okay, then one other thing that we would need to look into is this index. And in this index, background image, so we have this one, which is okay. Banner shape, which is okay. Then we have these images for then we have this container, and in this container is actually we don't need this at all. So everything that it is inside it, I will simply take out for now. But no, let me just, there is something that I need. The form here, so I still need this form. So just to keep all the structure, I will leave the divs here. Then here, shorten URLs. Okay, this is something that I want to keep, of course. Then we have this form here, and then we have these counters. That's also something that we might want to keep, I guess. But that part with earn money and things like that, that's not something that we need. Yeah, let's check the update. It's shorten URLs, earn money. Okay, where is this still? Shorten URLs, that's okay. But earn money transforming your long URLs. Why don't I see that text? Why don't I see that text at all? I just want to remove everything here. Is this maybe set on the CSS? That would be strange. Banner content. No, that was not it. Shorten URL. So this is this one, which is okay, but all the other part where it's actually or I have this here. I guess it's on the picture. I guess it's on the picture. Shorten URLs and earn money. Could it be that it is on the picture? Okay, images banner BNG. No, it's not on the picture. Then where is it? I really don't see it. Is there any div that is not expanded? Banner content, banner form group, subtitle, shorten URLs is just simple. It's actually this subtitle. Man, I'm totally blind. Our round one, these are the round things there. Okay, what's the banner shape? Let's look into those. That's the banner shape. It's doesn't contain text, and these are 01 and 02. So these are this one. But where the heck is the text? My god. Let me go here once again. Maybe I did something wrong. Here's the banner section. Okay. So it's in this div with the age tag. Okay, I think the problem is, let's close this. Let's rerun it. I think I'm too tired and I'm doing a lot of stupid stuff right now. I'm doing a lot of stupid stuff right now. Yeah, that's similar to what I want to have right now. Yeah, probably just to get this a little bit way up, but I won't bother with it right now. Maybe I could, because I guess I would do something very bad, I guess. Just set the margin with minus here, but then it would probably mess everything up. When for now let's have it like that. Let's just also try to fix the footer. So let's see what problems do we have in the footer, and then we will take a short break. But I guess I will continue then, because I guess I still want to code a little bit. I hope you still stay here, because afterwards I promise you we'll go into some Blazor stuff, and we'll do some real Blazor development, and we'll see how we can use actually a C# to control how things behave behave in the browser without the need to have JavaScript. And then I guess we will be able to also solve the problem for that preloader. So yeah, let's look at that just a little bit later, but let's go to the main layout right now. And here we have in the footer, okay, what do we have? Background. Okay, I have a typo here, of course. That should be something like that. So in that case, I guess it should work right now. Okay, no, it still doesn't work. That's strange. So the background image is still not showing correctly. But if there is a problem with fetching the needed resources, then we should see that here somewhere. We should have an error here. There's actually no error here at all. Okay, let's try to go back. So we have this div class, which is the footer background image, style background image, URL is assets footer background JPG. But that's actually something similar to what we have here, actually, or not really here, but in this one. Style. Oh no, I guess I'm. Or no, it's style background image. It's exactly the same. Then we have URL, and then the URL itself, and it's similar to what we have here in the index background image. Yeah, it's. And why doesn't it work on the footer in that case? The wave, if class container, now what I will do, I will take this from here and I'll set it here for the entire footer. Let's see if this changes something. No, it really doesn't. But what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Why don't I get an error if I try to get something that is not there, or if the URL is incorrect? Here is the footer background. Yeah, that's actually the picture itself. That's the picture itself. So yeah. Maybe if we close and run again. Okay, but then in this case it's a little bit messed up, which is not very nice. So yeah, but in this case, why doesn't this work if it is here as it was initially? Why doesn't it work there? Because actually that's an empty div. Because that is an empty div, I guess. That's a little bit strange. But this is not an empty div. So let's try again. Yeah, it's not exactly how it's supposed to be. It's not at all how it is supposed to be, but yeah, because this is how it should be. But then the problem was also because there is this contact form and things like that. Then probably the shape without all that stuff gets a little bit but for now I guess it's okay to have it like that. So yeah, that's what we have right now. So I'll go for a break, 10 minutes, 15 minutes break. And then I want to continue with this, and what I want to do is just forget this front-end nightmare and go back to do some real Blazor stuff, so that we implement some real components here, and we'll split actually things like just to make you aware of how things would work, is that for instance we'll create a separate component for instance for the preloader. Actually, that would be an example. Then we'll create components for this type of stuff. We'll create a separate component for this shorten URL, and yeah, I guess that's what we'll do. But then here we'll have to also implement some logic, because what I want to do is simply here to be able to, well, just write a URL, click on shorten, and then that we do our magic, and then we receive back here our shortened URL. So yeah, stay tuned, because I really want to go forward today with this one. And I really hope to see you here in 10 minutes. I hope it won't take more than that. So yeah, just be here. Okay, I'm back. I'm still there. I see there are still some viewers. Thank you very much for holding by. Okay, so yeah, let's continue then. Okay, so we are here. So what I want to do right now is here, let me reload. It's still the JavaScript that it pulls up that count. I don't necessarily want this nice transition right now. It's something that I can think about maybe just a little bit later, and I'll do that with C# instead of JavaScript. So what I need to do right now is to think, okay, how can I break things up a little bit here? Let me try to do something here. First, in this main, this is the counter. Okay, and this is the counter up. So this is actually what I think. In fade, this is for pop-up, image pop-up, image gallery, and so on. Let me, here's this counter, so it gets the counter class. So let me go just quick here in this one, and here I have this form, then I have this banner counter, and then I have this counter item, counter title, and here this is pen and class counter. What I would like to do is simply remove this class here, because if I remove this class, my guess is that I should do much wrong, but then that JavaScript function won't trigger at all. So yeah, let's try to. Yeah, indeed. So right now it changed also a little bit, of course, but this doesn't really bother me too much right now. Actually, no, it's quite the same. The only difference that right now I don't have that count, it just displays things here, which is actually what I want right now for me at least. Okay, so let's now start in one by one. And let's try to bring some order here in what we actually do here. Let me go back to Visual Studio, and just 1 second to check if everything is okay. It seems to be okay. So my idea is that I want to reshape a little bit how this entire Blazor project is right now set up. Because here we have these pages right now, and this is where, well, we have a component like a counter that they implemented here, but we don't use it anymore. This is actually also a routed component, but we'll delete that probably. Then we have this fetch data razor. That's also something that we actually won't use anymore. But instead I want, as said, to use this feature-based approach. So I want to have like everything that I have in my front end to be to be split up in features. Right now, okay, this application is not a very rich application, so not that I have that many features. so I have these pages. So in this shared folder, like we have in Angular, I would like to place components and generally code that is actually reshared throughout the entire app. So one candidate to be here in this shared folder would actually be those counters. Because if we look at those counters, actually, see that it's actually the same thing. It's a counter that displays a certain value. So instead of having three different, let me go back here. Instead of having three different divs here like that, we just create a reusable counter and we'll reuse it without the need to style it actually. So let's create this. Let's add razor component, and we'll call this counter. And what this does, it actually creates us this file. What I will do, I will delete the counter from here because I don't want to have, that's not the counter that I will use. And one other thing that I like to use, usually when you see Blazor demos and tutorials, you see that like you have it also here in this template, you have the markup and you have the code part or the C# part on the same file. From my point of view, this is not the best approach. And I like to have, I like to split the code behind part or the C# part from the markup. That's actually very easy to do in Blazor because Blazor supports partial classes. So the only thing that we need to do is add here a new file. Let's call it a class. And here we have to pay attention at the naming because we named the component counter, and you see that we have the file name is actually counter.razor. So if we create right now a file that is counter.razor.cs, I would have expected that it should be created under this counter. So I'm not exactly sure why that happened, but let me public, let's say a partial class. Because right now it should be this. I have a typo, of course. That's why it didn't happen. Let me delete this. Let me rename this because I had a typo there. Counter. So here should be the T, of course. Okay. Let's say yes, you're naming. If you encountered an uncoupled error, we recommend saving your work and closing and restart your studio. Are you really saying that to me? I don't think that we necessarily need to do that. But I have closed this counter file. That's what I did. Let's try to add right now new class. Once again, it should be named counter.razor.cs. So it should have the same name with as the other one, but it should have that CS ending. And indeed, you see that now I have this CS class basically under the counter. So right now, of course, I also have an error because the name counter already exists in that namespace, and this should be solved if I add this partial. And right now, basically, we just have a partial class. That is actually split into two files. In one file, we'll keep only the markup here, and in the other file, we'll do the C# code that we need actually. So what we can do here is we go to this index and we take this markup for one of the counters. Okay. And we'll put it here. no, here, sorry. So this would be the markup for the component. Okay, and then here we'll have to do some stuff, because here in this counter, this is actually what we usually call in this feature-based approach architecture. When it comes to front end, this is a presentation component, a very dumb component. So this component should only get some data and then display it in the UI, of course. And the data in this case would be, okay, how many links were they clicked? So so we actually need to pass in a number somehow. And we also maybe want to pass in exactly what the text of the counter should display. So this is why we can do it like that. So for this counter, we can specify a parameter, which is a parameter. If you're familiar with Angular, this is something like input parameters. So a parameter, and that would be of type int. Actually, it should be also public. Int count. So this would be the number. Okay. And then the same thing, we would need here a parameter. Okay, and that would be here public, sorry, string, I don't know, let's call it text. Okay, and this means that what we can do here is that in the markup, instead of displaying a number, we use the count property that we just created, and instead of displaying here this text, we just what we do is we just say here how was that named text, I guess, but of course with the @ sign, and it would be like that. And this means that right now in index, for instance, what we could do here is use the counter and say here count equals for the first one. In this case, we can manually specify something. Okay. Okay, what? Okay, I have to pass in a number, and this is a string. Okay. Let's do it like that. Let's do it like this. And maybe I said it is int. Sorry, yeah. Let's pass in a smaller number. We'll go into working with those numbers maybe sometime later when we have real URLs that are shortened. For now, we just have some dummy values actually. The text would be links clicked per day. Clicked per day. Okay. And so that would do it for the first one. Then we have here, similarly to this one, we place in the second counter. Let's give it some other number here. And here shortened links in total. Okay, and then we can also have the third one. And here we give another number. As said, later we'll probably fetch this type of data from a database or things like that, and we'll pass them then here further to this component. But right now we just hardcode something here. And here, happy registered users. So that would do it, and then we can simply delete this. So you can see that using a reusable component, a very simple one, we just made our markup much more simpler than this. So yeah, that would do it. Let's run this. So you see that we get what we wanted here. So this actually works right now. Okay, that's cool, I guess. How many of you have already worked with Blazor? Even if only for your personal project, side project, or similar to that. But I'm curious, please just let me know in the chat, both on Twitter and on YouTube, if you already worked with Blazor, or if you at least heard about Blazor. That would be very nice to know. Okay, so the next thing that I would like to extract in a separate component, because if I have it in a separate component, then let's say I can use some components will of course have way more logic here in the code behind part. It would have maybe different methods that will trigger or change the classes that we have on different divs and similar things like that. So this component is very simple, but actually the form for shortening the URL is something where we might have some more logic in the future. So this is why I would also like to take this form that we have here and put it actually in a standalone component. And this standalone component, now I try to think this is a form that we'll actually use only on our home page. And what I would usually do is, let's even do that. Let's consider our home page a feature in this application. So I'll have here a folder for that, and I will move the index into this home, because the index here the index here we have the routing. So even if we move this file to a different folder, the routing is still the same, because we specify this with this page directive. So right now I would expect that when I run this application, it should do exactly the same what it did before. The only difference is that now we have our home feature. So in this home feature we have this this page, but we'll also add a component for the URL shortener itself. So let's do exactly like that. How should we call this component? And add razor component. Let's name it URL okay. Now what you can do, this actually depends. Some people prefer to name all their components with the word component at the end. And I assume this is also an approach that we are accustomed from programming, like in React or Angular. The counter, I named it simply counter without the component. I'm not sure exactly if I want to use this URL shortener component or not, but my idea is that in one way it really makes sense to have this component ending in all the files that actually represent Blazor components. And the reason why I say that is because in this folder like home, we might have in a feature folder also classes that are not components. You might have some front-end models, you might have some services that are specific only for that specific feature. So in that case, it might be useful from the naming to see exactly what files are or represent or hold components and which files don't. So this is really, well, it depends on your approach and how you want to go about things. Right now, I guess I'll leave this name at URL shortener. And the reason why I do that is because in this folder home, probably there won't be too many other files. Because it's a very, very simple application in this case, so it's not complicated at all. So we have created this URL shortener component. And what I would like to do is exactly like we did earlier. I would like to have a code behind file where I will have only my C# code. So let's create a new file here in this folder. And we have to be very careful to name it exactly like the other one, except for the ending in .cs. So it should be URL shortener. .razor.cs, and yes, that's correct. Remember, once again, to solve this conflict, just define this as a partial class, and through this, basically what you have in this file is actually bound to what you have in this file. And of course, the advantage is if you inject services here, then you don't have to inject them here. Or if you inject them here, and we will see that we can totally do that, then we don't have to inject them here, and we can simply use them. So it's really up to you where you want to define different things of your class, because it's a partial class that is split in two files. But from my point of view, this kindly resolves a problem with what I call a separation of concerns at the level of file naming, I would say. Okay, so then if we go to this index, what do we actually have here? We have this form, and that's actually have also this subtitle, and the counters, they're totally different. So we'll take also the subtitle as being a part of this form. So just take everything out from here. I'll go here, I'll just remove everything. This is also not a routed component, we cannot navigate to it. Then in, where is it? The index, here. Instead we say simply URL. Okay, but why doesn't it recognize it? Okay, I guess we need to go to imports, and here using bring me dot, how is it called, web dot home. And right now it should see it. So if we go back, where am I? Oh, where should we go back? Here. You see, right now it sees it. So theoretically, right now, if we run the application, it should do exactly the same thing that it did before, with really no difference. Only that we moved that in a totally different component. And that's true, the button still works. Please fill out this field, things like that. That's still the JavaScript that is behind in this template. Okay, let's look into this a little bit and try to find out what exactly do we want to do here. So first of all, we have here the subtitle. This is something that we can hard code like this right now. And then we have a form. And the form, right now I don't remember exactly all the things that you have to do in Blazor, but Blazor forms and validation. And let's look a little bit into this here. So first of all, we have we can have like a model. Okay. That's actually exactly what we will need to do. But you see, this model that we need to create is actually specific for this thing here. So we'll create this model in this case, in this home, and let's create a new class, and I guess we'll name it URL. And this would have a public string value get set. Now for data annotations, the only thing that we want to do is say that this is required, I guess. Components model data annotation, that is correct. Now, one problem that I won't dive deep right now, because I'm really not in the mood to do that again, is that right now the validation is done via the JavaScript, but theoretically we can move this, we can move the validation in this component and simply bypass the entire JavaScript that does this, because theoretically when you use Blazor, you should be able to develop your applications without writing any line of JavaScript code, which from my point of view is something very, very nice, I would say. Okay, let's go one step further. Let's see what okay, the edit form component, and we have to specify the model and on valid submit, handle valid submit. Okay, and then we have this. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. Good. So what we would here, okay, we have the data of validation and things like that. I guess we won't bother with this right now, but what we will do here is in this component, shortener URL component, what we will do here is protected override async on initialized async. What we want to do here is, so this is a lifecycle method on Blazor that actually gets invoked when the component is called to life. So you can do a lot of, or you can bring a lot of initialization logic in here, which should be fine, I guess. Now, one thing that we would need here is, let's have a property, private edit form. It's no edit form, how URL, sorry. And if it's a regular property. What we can do here is but here over a task and return, yeah, okay. So what we can do here is we can say that URL equals new URL. So we create a new URL so that this one is not null itself. Initially it won't have any text display in it, so that would do it for now. And what we do here is let me go back here. Okay, and then we have to specify the model and onValid submit. Let's go here. First of all, this is not a form, but it is an edit form in Blazor. Okay, and model, sorry, equals, and the model would be the property URL in this case. Okay, and then the input type, let me just check here. Input, it's called input text, but I guess we can leave it also with the regular input that we have in HTML. But the only thing that we have to do is but what did they bind there? That's strange. Okay. Okay, they created a field. Yeah, they created a field that they did it here, but we'll see it later that usually when you have to inject also different type of services and things like that, usually the logic for the initialization you should do in the lifecycle method, or at least that was my experience till now, and I have worked with Blazor quite a bit. Okay, so let's try to do here on valid submit, and here we have to shorten URL. This is the method that we would have to call. Of course, we don't have defined it, so we can go in the code behind, and we can say here private. Since it's a private, since this is a partial class, we can simply use private. Let's make it void for now. I'm not sure if we need to return something from here, but we'll look into that later maybe. So private void shorten URL. Okay. The only thing that we need to pass in here is okay. It's the bind value, and it should bind to the name then. We'll see exactly what we'll do with the shorten URL. Let's finish up this one. So once we hit the submit button, this method will be invoked. Then we have this input type text, the name URL, and that it is required, of course. But then what we could add here is bind value. No, it's or it's with add bind value. Okay, equals, and here URL dot value. Sorry, this is to what we actually want to bind. And theoretically, since this binding should theoretically work two ways. Basically, when you type something there and you click on the button, then in this method, when you look into url.value, you should have the current value from that text box. So the only thing that we would like to do here right now is to implement the logic for shortening the URL. But for that one, let us just for now prove that it works. We would have one text there, but then we will just change it. So when we hit this shorten URL, what we will do is we'll simply say url.value equals URL shortened. theoretically right now, I guess that we can test it even. We can even test it, I guess. Let's see. For now we don't do any validation, so we can simply put hello world, shorten, and nothing happened. Let's try to figure out why. One thing in Blazor is that you can simply you can put breakpoints. So we didn't hit a breakpoint even. That's could it be that happens because yeah, we don't even hit this. Okay, let's just look back. It's a button type submit. It's a normal submit, so it's nothing fancy at all. What do we have here instead? Button type submit. Okay. That's actually strange. I'm not sure exactly why we don't hit that. But if we have edit form, I guess we need to change also the input. And the input is input text. It should be something like that. Okay. What is the problem? Input component for editing. Okay. Element text requires end tag. Okay. Sure. Sure, no problem. Let's try again. Okay. Okay, what input text requires a value for value expression parameter. Normally is created automatically when using bind value. Okay. But what did I do wrong? Because we have this bind value. Let me try to do something else. Let's have input, because it should theoretically work even like that. Sorry. We have here, of course we didn't hit that. On valid submit. But I'm not sure if this is right now available anymore. As far as I know, it should work. Data binding should work even with the regular form. But let's check once again. We'll hello world. Still we didn't hit. Yeah, here this time probably because we don't even have a breakpoint here. So let's do it again. Okay, we have to fill something in. Okay, so something happened, but shorten URL is never used. Yeah, that's let's do it like in the documentation. I don't want to spend too much time on it right now. Edit form on valid submit, then bind value. the input, I guess it can remain the same. So it's not needed to necessarily have it as input text, but let's try again. Let's just try again. Hello world. And yes, right now we are inside this method, so we continue, and we have URL shortened. So yeah, theoretically, right now we have a very simple proof of concept that we can provide here a string, click on the shorten button, and then we will change that string, in this case with URL shortened. But this is where we can actually implement in the logic for the URL. So how are you holding up? Are you still there? Let's see. Am I alone here or not? Let's see. Almost alone, but not really. Thank you for all of you who are still here. It's very nice to have you here. After so a long time, it's more than 3 hours. I guess it's my longest stream so far, I guess. Good. Let's not waste too much time on this and go just a little bit further. So the next step would be that we want to actually really shorten the URL here. Now, the only thing that I'm thinking right now about is that I think that I would like to have a dedicated service for shortening URLs, and that service should be implemented in the service layer. So it needs to have an interface defined in the domain layer, but it should be implemented in the business layer. And the reason why I say that is because right now we have a very simple use case where we want to do a very simple thing and shorten a URL, but in the future we might want to be able to customize the way that we want to actually shorten the URL. For instance, for logged in users, at some point we might want to give them the opportunity to create their custom URLs or their custom strings for the short URLs. So in that case, we will need probably more logic to that. So that's why my way of thinking is that I wouldn't implement the shortening in the front end, but I would implement the shortening in the back end, so in the business logic layer. Because maybe I want tomorrow to build a Xamarin app, so a mobile app that would do exactly the same thing, shortening URLs. So in that case, I would be able to simply reuse what I have here in this library. So let's go on. Just let me have a short drink. And yeah, let's so in the domain we have this interfaces folder. Let's add a new, but no, not new folder, sorry, delete. Interfaces, add class. Let's choose interface URL shortener. But then it's URL shortener. It's the same name. Not a good idea. Let's rename that. How should I call this? URL it's the scope of this service, or the let's say the reason why this service exists, it should simply shorten URL, so that the name is correct in this case. And there might be in the future, as I said, different ways to shorten the URLs based on different circumstances, maybe specifications. So maybe we'll implement a specification pattern, but let's call it IURL shortening service. I'm sure it's not the best way to name interfaces and classes here, but that's it. Okay, and this should return a string, or even it should return a short URL. So it should return this. So it will return short URL, and how should call? Probably there will be different ways that we shorten URLs. Partly here simultaneously working on a project. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice if you can listen or if you can just be a little bit attentive in two directions. I'm also working on a project, as you can see. So we're both working on a project. Sorry, I just noticed right now that you wrote, Jan. Sorry for that. So short URL, quick short. Quick shortener, I don't know. Quick sort, quick short. Okay. So, oh sorry, this is an interface. Although in C#8 we can even implement interfaces, or we can implement interface methods, but that's not how we're gonna do that. We got a string. Actually, we don't want a string, we want a pet string to be more precise. So it would be not this one. It would be a pet string URL. Okay. Good. Now we need to implement this service, and I said I would like to implement this in the business logic. And here I have a project, bring me services, and here add, where is it? URL shortening service. Of course, this class should be public. And it should implement the interface IURL. Of course, we would need to add the project reference. The IURL shortening service. That should. Do I have a typo? IURL shortening service. It's the exact name here. Okay. There was a typo somewhere, but I'm not sure where. Of course, we need to implement this interface. And here is the place where we'll implement the logic on which we'll use. First of all, let's look into this pet string just a little bit. So I'm not sure 100% what it contains, but this pet string. Equals, it overrides a few operators, but problem here is from your UI component. Okay, the only thing is that we need to generate a new path string. That's for sure. Okay, let's take it step by step. First of all, let's create a new short URL. Var short equals new short URL equals new short URL. Now for the short URL, we have here the where is it, original URL that we can also already set, which is this one. Short URL date created is also something that I can already set. Date time UTC now. I always like to save dates in a database in UTC. Though working with it is very complicated, but it's not that our application will have to take care of how URLs are shortened in different time zones and make timesheets between time zones and and things like that. So I guess that we would be covered for that one. Then the short URL, what else do we have? We have the token. The token is actually the path string. So what we want to place after the host. So the 8 characters long string that we want to create. So let's look a little bit into how we can create that actually. And I would create a private method for this, I guess. A private, it would return a string, get, so generate a token. Generating the token or that short string is not something that we want to depend on anything, so you can simply generate it. And I'm thinking right now, I'm thinking about using the power of link to generate some random things. And yeah, I guess that that could be something. Let's have string we generate a random string. At the beginning it would be an empty string, of course, and then what we want to do is we want to generate a random string containing letters and numbers, so alphanumeric. Now a letter or a number at its core it is a characters. Characters are by default encoded, so this is why to each character in the encoded version it corresponds a certain number. So theoretically, when you try to transform a certain number to a character, you can get that specific character that you are looking for. Now the encoding for numbers, I think I have that here, is something like that. So it's something that we would know in advance. That's for JavaScript, but it's exactly the same thing also for C#, I guess. So we have to make sure that we want to generate random numbers in the range from 48 to 57. then from 65 to 90, and from 97 to 122. So if we generate random numbers in these ranges, and if we then try to transform them to characters, we will get the corresponding character for that number. So what we can do here is generate random numbers that are in this range, and then transform them into a character, and try to do this in a very random way. Okay, let's enumerable range. Let's generate a range, and here we would like to generate a range starting from 48 because this here is the first, and 222. Let's see, 122 divided, or score it's minus 48. Okay, something went wrong. Minus 48, 74, and seeing that this should be actually included, I would say we should go for 75. So we should generate a number in range from 48 to 75. That's the general thing that we want to do, but we need to put some conditions here. So we can have a where. Let's also put a semicolon, because we'll add probably other things. So then we have to specify the conditions that would identify these ranges I guess. So 48 to 57. Okay, so that would be that where. How would this be? Let's call it I. It's a random number. So first of all, I should be less than 58, because yes, less than 58. So this would be the last one. Okay, or where are you, pipe? Okay, or I. So the next range that we want is between 65 actually. So it should start so it should strictly be greater than 64, I guess, because 64 is this one, so greater than, it should be 65, and this should go until, so this should definitely be smaller than 91, I guess. Yeah. Okay, and I smaller than, what did I say? It was 91, I guess. Let me check again. 91. Yes, it's smaller than 91. Okay. Okay, then we have to define the next range of characters that that would correspond to characters, and then this would be clearly the fact that I should be greater than 96. and the range will go till 122, however, so we can safely say that the next one is that I should be greater than 96. So that would generate random numbers starting from 48 and going 75 times, so till 122. But we set these conditions so that we make sure that we get only number in ranges that we can transform safely in characters that represent only letters and numbers. So yeah, I guess that's okay. But then what I want to do is I want to randomize the order in which those numbers are generated, or after those numbers are generated. So what I would do here is I will say also an order by, but in this order by, let's see, an O from order. What I will do is simply new random dot next. I will generate a random number and I will order them according to okay, but a new random, sorry, of course it's like that, and now it should work. And then I want to make this a list, to list. Okay, and then I want to go for each number in this list. So it's for each, that should be like that. And while I'll go through each of these numbers, I want to transform each number into a character and put it in this random. What's the problem with for each? What's the problem with you? I guess I typed it correctly. Probably I have to specify here. Okay, so for each, what I want to do for each one is simply random plus equals, and then convert to char, and then we convert this I to a char. So we add it to the list. And when we execute this, we should have a list, probably with all numbers that are in a totally random order, because we ordered them randomly here. And then we went through all these numbers and converted them to characters. So we would have right now a string of 75 different characters that correspond to numbers and letters. So the only thing that we need to do here is to simply take a substring of 8 characters from this 75. So this would be, we can already return that. So this would be something like a random.substring, and we can once again use the random to generate substrings each time in a different way, or starting at a different position. So what we can see here is that, or what I can do is new random dot next, and in this next we'll go from 0 to random -8, because we want the string to be at least we want this to be at random.length would be here. We want to be at least 8 characters long, so that's why when we generate this random, we start from 0, but it should end at least 8 characters before the end, to be sure that we can still extract an 8-character string from there, from the specific point. And then we have to specify the second argument for the substring, which would be for how many characters from the string do we want to take in that substring from the specific place, and we want to take 8. And this would then simply return this. So right now it would be shortener.token equals and here, but I had a typo, I guess. shortener.token equals generate token. Okay. Now the only thing that we still need to do right now, we have all the things we have to construct a short URL, and the short URL, I think a pet string. Can we create a pet string from your URI? From URI component. Oh, what does this do? Returns a pet string given the pet is from a URI object. Relative objects are not supported. Okay, that. Sorry. So what we can do here in this case, to be sure that actually, let's not overcomplicate things right now. Short URL dot value, because this is the value of the short URL, equals, and for now it will be kind of hard coded. I'm not sure exactly. Return short URL. Okay, let me run the application, because right now I don't know exactly. I don't remember exactly what the host is. We'll probably, before deploying this, we'll take this type of information from a configuration file, but right now it's this one. So let's close that. Okay, so right now the value, but it would be new pet string, and here we have to specify a string for it. So it would be this one, and then it would be short URL.token. So this would be then everything that we need for now, at least. Now the next thing that we can do here is, so we can inject it in startup.cs, services, and this one is not really important to be scoped per request right now, even though that's a topic that we will take into consideration probably the next time when we'll implement also some database, because this short URL service might need the database context in order to be able to save the short URL there, or maybe even the service will be only responsible to generate this, but then we'll use the separate data service probably in order to, yeah, I guess that's correct. So we can add it as a transient. Add transient I URL shortening service URL shortening service. What is the problem? What am I doing wrong here? Am I so sleepy right now that I'm mistyping things or what? Oh my god, I forgot the dot. Okay, add transient. What's the problem right now? Okay, typo again, sorry. Okay, good. So right now we have this service here, and what we can do here is we can go in our component right now. That would be this, where is it? URL shortener, and what we can do here is we can simply inject services using this inject attribute. Inject. What's the problem with you? That's for components. Okay, so I want to inject I guess those should be public. The injection is public. URL shortening service. Let's call it simply short. Okay, what's the problem? Okay, and because inject is not valid on this declaration type, it's only valid on property, indexer, and declaration. Okay, so we need a property. Okay, then no problem. Let's create a property for that. Okay, shortening service. Let's call it like that. Okay, and now we can simply say URL, it's a shortening service dot quick short, and the value URL dot value. But the value here is a string. Okay, so we have to convert this to a patch string. Var URL equals URL dot patch string new patch string, and we'll take it from URL dot value. So that should do it. Then we use this one, URL. Okay, what is the problem here? Okay, it returns a short URL. Okay, var. Okay, sure. Var short URL, and that's okay because we might use then the short URL to pass it to a data service that will eventually store it in a database. And then we can say in URL dot value equals short URL dot value. Okay, that will do it, and this should right now shorten it. Now, the only thing that that we could do, but this is something that I guess I won't try to do it right now. Theoretically, right now you could write whatever you want in that text box, but we can validate actually that or if that the string is a URL, and only then we can shorten. Otherwise, we can still show a message there. But I guess this is something that we will look the next time, because we would have to manually add an error basically to the data validation that we have on that form that we created. But for now, I guess that actually this should work. And before we test this, there is only one other thing that I still want to do, because I don't want to add a database right now. But what I would like to do is add simply a singleton service. So that would be a service that would live for the entire lifetime of this Blazor app, which is important. And in that singleton service, we just add a list. And for that one, this is a really dummy service, so we'll add it here in the front end project, but we'll remove it soon enough when we add a database. And here I'll say dummy DB. Okay, and this dummy DB would only contain it's just a class, a regular one. It just contains a property public, it is a type list of short URL. Short URLs. Okay. Sorry, it's a property. Get set, and then we'll have only public. It would return void. We don't want to return anything right now. Add short URL. This is not a property, sorry. That's a method, of course. I'm doing a lot of typos. I think I'm a little bit tired. So add short URL. Of course, we need an input here. Short URL URL. So it would be simply short urls.add, even though right now I think we could add them directly to the list, so we don't need this method anymore. And we actually don't need any other method. So if we have a list, we can search for it in the front end just to make sure that everything is fine. So yeah, that's the big moment right now, or almost. Let's just add also this service, services, and singleton. And what we need is the dummy DB, and that's what we want to add. So then we have a list. As long as the application lives, we have that list. So yeah, but we need to also use it here in this URL shortener. Quick short, and then let's inject also that one. Inject public dummy DB. Get set. But let's call it DB. Okay. So in this case, what we can do here after we add this, after we shorten this, we can say dummy db.add dummy db short urls.add, and here we'll look for dummy db short urls.add the short URL, of course. That's cool. And the only place where we still need to do some changes is in the middleware. And where is the middleware? where are you? Here. Okay, so in the middleware, what do we want actually to do here is we'll need also the dummy double, let's call it only db here. So what we want to do here is the request path to string equals 9. Then well, here in this case this if would be a little bit more complicated. We'll still need to return the HTTP context response redirect, but before we want to redirect, what we want to do is get actually the token. That might be a little bit trickier than I think, but let's see. var token equals HTTP context dot request dot path dot string to string. Okay, of course here we would have to think about scenarios where we have to check exactly if the string is correct or if it has exactly 8 characters plus the slash and things like that. Now we just want to make sure as a proof of concept that this works. We'll come to this and probably later. But before we finish, I really want to see that this kind of works. So in this case we get the path, and we are sure that the path actually contains the token, but it contains also the slash. So I think we have to do a substring, and it will start how was it with the substring? Substring from this instance. Substring starts at the specified character position and continues to the end of the string. Okay, the specified is 1 because on 0 we have the slash, and on 1 we would have the first character of the token. So this would be then the token, and then what we can do is var short URL equals db dot short URLs, sorry, dot first or default, and we are actually looking for a token actually this is a short URL that we are looking for. So su short URL where su dot token equals token. And then if string, actually we have to negate this, if not equals string dot is null or empty short URL short URL dot dot token. Actually we want to be sure that we found the token, or short URL is actually it's a class. So if short URL not equals null, so if it is not null, then return, and we want to do a redirect, but we want to do a redirect in this case to short URL dot original URL. Okay, and else whatever, we don't care right now. Or let's say else http context dot response dot, otherwise we redirect to the home page. http context dot request dot host dot toString. Okay, so that should do it, I guess. And I think that now we are really right now I think we're really on the point where we can actually test this out. Should we try with the same URL? Let's try with this one that we used for. So let's run the application. Most probably we will have an error because it can't really work like that, so from the beginning, but at least we should be quite there. So we have here this URL, and let's make shorten. Of course we got an error. Argument accession, the path in value must start with slash. Okay, the path in value must start with slash. Shorten URL, shortening service. Okay, but why do we actually have this? Okay. Okay, I guess so the URL has the correct value, so that's okay. The path string was not correct, was not created correctly. This is the path string with a given value. This value must be in the unescaped format. Path string from your UI component. Okay, let's path string from your UI. Your UI. From your UI component. Okay, let's try it out again. Okay, shorten system. The path value must start with okay, but why are you telling me this? Okay, so I guess we are totally wrong here, because the path string must not contain the host. So we actually need to change everything here right now. We actually need to change everything starting from our model. We need to change everything starting from our model. Where do we have our model? Let's do this because it shouldn't be. Let's change path string to URI. Original value token datetime date created. But then we should have some errors here. Okay. Short URL, original URL equals, here what we need is a URI instead. Okay, and here a short URL dot value equals new URI. Should do it. Okay, this is in shortening URL. Shorten URL, quick short. But here, quick short. Now we'll also need a URI. Of course, what do we have here? Okay, because we need a string here. So that one should do it. And this one, here we can create a new URI. From URL.value, that should be okay. Then we add a short URI and URL.value equals, that is a string right now. And this is right now a URI, so to string, and we should be fine, I guess. Okay, so now we don't have, okay, we have a lot of warnings in the JavaScript from the template. Don't care. Let me close this. Let me go back here. Okay, let's try again. Let's try again. Let's try again. Okay, so here we have our URL. Shorten. Oh my god. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Okay, dummy the blue short URLs get returned null. Okay. Okay. Of course. Of course. Where do we have this dummy DB? I'm too tired, I guess, but this is obvious why it's not working. Where do I have it? This dummy, here it is. Because we need a list. Because we need a list. Of course. Now it should be fine. Let's go one step further. Once again. Yay, this time we received something. So we see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, actually 9. And we have also, and this is J, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, it's 8, it's okay. And if we make right now a request for this one, I should be redirected. Okay, no. Why does this happen? Because even if it's singleton, the problem is when I do this in the browser, right, like that, the problem is it is a refresh. And I am getting redirected to the home page. And I am getting redirected. We have to go to the middleware for this, because this is where this happens. Where is my middleware? Here. This is what happens. Let me start first. But the list is empty again because it's totally new request. So and it tries to create a new browser session, and this means that basically it's a new singleton, and that's a problem, I guess. Although no, singleton should be singleton. As long as the server runs, it should be always the same. So let's take a look. So first of all, let's shorten it. So we got the short URL. So right now no, the problem is and I don't understand exactly why this happens. Okay. I guess there are some errors here somewhere. I don't have the breakpoint. The server is running. The singleton should be there actually. So okay, so I have a request for this path, which is okay. Token. Let's get the token to see if this token is okay. The token is okay because it's just a slash. And then short URLs is count 0. But why didn't we add it as a singleton? Didn't we add this as a singleton? I mean, singleton should be singleton. It means that as long as this server runs, the service instance should be exactly the same. Okay, so the idea is that let me also check first if when we do this, that we actually have something there. Because the idea of a singleton service in Blazor at least is that it should live as long as the application lives, because this is server-side Blazor, it's not client-side Blazor. In client-side Blazor, singleton is scoped to the browser session where you open that application, but in server-side Blazor, where everything happens on the server, singleton should be singleton. So yeah, let's try to do this again. Short URLs. It didn't add it. Why didn't it add that? Why? Can somebody maybe to understand what happens here? So I have a list I try to add something to that list and it doesn't get added. That's frustrating once again. So it's just a regular list. Okay, no, I know why. Once again, sorry, I guess I'm too tired because the problem is what I did in, where is the dummy DB? That's only, but it sets the list, that's actually a read-only property, but you don't change the property because you don't change the reference to it, you just change the, I don't understand. It's okay, it's a read-only, but you can still add to a list. Well, let's try this. I don't know, maybe I'm missing something. Let's make this a normal property, public short URLs get set, and let's use the standard constructor and short URLs equals new list of short URL. So we initialize the list in the constructor. The property is fully read and write. Let's try again. Let's try again. This is definitely the longest stream ever that I had. It's 4 hours. But it's 4 hours in which I would have coded alone or with you. It's actually almost the same. So short URLs, yes. Count, now we have 1. That's cool. So till here everything is fine. So we get the result. Now let's take this and let's go here and the token. We get the token, which is okay. Let's get the short URL. Our short URLs count 1. Yes, of course, it's singleton. That should do it. That should do it. That's it. It works. It totally works. That's quite cool. Let's try a new one. By the way, guys, for this stream where we build this new repositories, we have this repository which is called RinkMe on my username denpdc, and it's fully public, so you can clone it, you can play around, you can fork it, and so on. Maybe later when we have a baseline of the application, we can even contribute to grow this. But yeah, this is a fully public repository. You can use it if you want. You can follow it, star it, watch it, whatever. Let's now try to do it once again, but let's remove the breakpoints right now. Where is the other one? Where is the other one? Here is the other one. Here is the other one. Okay, so once again, let's shorten a URL. RinkMe. Maybe we'll change the text here to RinkMe. I guess that's better. Then we take this link, open a new browser window, and voila. Yep. So that's actually the core functionality. We are able to generate a short link to keep track of the long link, and whenever it comes a request to redirect to the original one. So this is the very basic concept on how a URL shortener should work. Of course, there's still a lot of things to do here in this application. So yeah, this stream is not ready, or it's ready for today because it's fairly late where I'm right now. But we'll surely continue because next step is to add a database. So after we add a database, maybe to do some cleanup, and then I want to deploy it to Azure instead of the old service. and then we'll continue to build probably new versions. We'll try to continue to add some validations to make sure that users don't provide values that are actually not URLs or things like that. Yeah, that's the plan ahead right now. So yeah, I guess that's it for today. Thank you very much for watching. I know it was a very long stream. I don't know if any of you is from the beginning here, but for all of you who are still here, thank you very much for standing by. It was really a pleasure for me, even though it was frustrating until the break with all that front-end stuff that get me a little bit frustrated. But overall, I'm very happy with what we managed to do today, and I hope we'll be able to continue very soon. So thank you very much for watching. Please enjoy your evening, your day, your morning, whatever, and stay safe in these times. And let's meet once again next time. Most probably tomorrow is Thursday, most probably on Friday. So just keep tuned. Just subscribe to my YouTube channel or to my Twitch channel, wherever you might be watching that, so that you get notified when we start a new stream. Once again, thank you very much, and I wish you only the